Okay, should be live. Hi. I think I'm going to take a little bit of time to write today. Bit about what I've done in the last 3 weeks. I think I have a pretty solid plan going forward with the next steps for Puffer on the core development side at the very least. It's also been 3 quite difficult weeks of work. We got a couple side projects as well. I think that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna write an article. I'm gonna see how I feel in the process. And if the mood takes me, I will start on some of the experimental analysis and some optimizations to tuning. And if not, then I won't. We shall see. Welcome, FBR. Yeah, the looking swole thing is, well, to be fair, I actually don't know if it's the exercise, the cut, or the 3 week block of work. But I am getting quite tired. Taking a toll. So I'm gonna have to take a couple days off soon at some point. But I don't know if the days off should be from research, diet, training, or all of the above. We shall see. Welcome, Tim. So, well, it's too early to say whether this sweep is any good, I suppose. How did experiments go? The experiments are going. I need to do a little bit more infra work on our hyperparam tuning to support what I have in mind, though. Hello, welcome. Yeah, writing article. Alright, stop spamming the troll thing. I'm gonna write this article for as long as I feel like writing this article. We shall see. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing, man. That's the point. Do you batch updates to Neural MMO? Just a coincidence, Puffer 3 and Neural MMO 3. Actually, Neural MMO 3 came out with Puffer 2. So no. Excited for this, watching your works last few weeks. Yeah, I'm hoping I can write this today. What's today? Wednesday? And then we'll see how I feel from there. I did come across Puffer when Puffer 2 was around. Didn't have the RL brainworm back then. Watched your thesis. Remembered it when I got the itch. Yeah. You're doing cool stuff. I hope to see a couple of these physics sims PR'd. Be nice. I kind of like the way that I work on stuff. I kind of just have to get completely focused in on something for a few weeks at a time. And the last 3 weeks has been on all this research, basically figuring out everything I'm writing in this article. And then I'm going to have to go, like, at least take some days off or do something else for a bit. We'll see. I think people are going to be happy with this, though, when I finish writing this. This is a lot of information that's not, I don't even think widely known. It's just not known at all. Writing's hard every time. Writing is not that hard, Tim. This type of writing actually took me quite a bit longer to learn because I did a lot of writing when I was younger, but it was creative writing. Technical writing took longer. Now, this is a lot easier to learn, I think, than academic writing. Because academic writing is like, you kind of just have to learn bullshit, right? I don't have to write bullshit here. Like, here I just have to think about writing the stuff that I want, like, conveying the information I want without regard to anything else. Hey, Aziz. Welcome. I started watching the long video introducing PufferLib. What long video? I have a few different ones. Some of them are newer, some of them are older. The iceberg video is still a pretty fun intro. Does the size of the reward matter? Just the difference? The lowest and the highest. It does because you're directly using the reward to compute like an advantage or a value, and you end up scaling things different. I actually, in Puffer, by default, I clamp all rewards to -1 and 1, like between that interval, just so people don't completely mess it up. The variance that matters. You're gonna end up having to rescale stuff most likely. It depends on the implementation. In practice, um, what I do for all my stuff is I define the reward for different types of stuff to have. Like, look at Neural MMO, right? There are a few different reward signals for leveling up and like getting equipment and like dying or whatever. And I just assign coefficients between -1 and 1 to these, and then I automatically tune those coefficients as hyperparameters. ML, no, I'm back. We're not familiar with RL. What's a great intro? Way ahead of you, my guy. My guide is right here. Written exactly to answer that. Is there a better version of this? Hello, Ryan. Why on earth would it do it that? That is horrible. Why would it ever do that? Why does it do this with the scaling? Awful. The Wi-Fi is not very good. That's kind of a problem for a CS lab, don't you think? How much time does it take a chess engine to... I don't know what that is. I'm on EDU Rome until I get my... I see. Yeah. Have I told you about the latest... They start this since RLC? Yeah, literally since RLC. The batshit fitness thing since RLC. It has me here looking half dead. All right, so Ryan, here's the current project. 1,000+ calorie a day cut. So it's actually probably close to 1,500. I'm losing like 2 to 4 pounds a week. 5 days a week, 6 mile run on the dish, hills. 5 days a week of lifting, including a set of deadlifts every one of those days, plus bench, weighted pull-ups, bunch of other stuff. And then a longer run on the weekend, where my longest one so far has been 16 miles. This has been the last 3.5 weeks. How much time is a chess engine learning through RL to beat humans? It depends which humans. We have a couple different people working on RL chess actually right now in the Discord. How long are you planning to cut? Realistically, until I either have no more visible fat or until I start losing strength. You sure your cut would be my bulk? Good question. I honestly, I'm probably on not that much more than like 1,500 calories a day. It can't possibly be your bulk. Like, I literally will have. I have like a bagel sandwich and a bowl of chicken, like a big bowl of chicken and rice soup, and some chips and salsa, and that's it on a day-to-day basis. Well, it's just starting to catch up to me a little bit, Tim. Is that like a 1,500 deficit? It probably is. I assume it's possible that I'm counting wrong, right? I could be up to like 2,000 or something and burning 3,000, but it's at least 1,000 cal deficit. Maybe save the L. Well, we'll see. I don't know. I might do an article on the point of this. There actually was a pretty substantial point behind this, though. So the reason that I'm doing this, right? The story behind this, is that when I went to NeurIPS last year, um, I was bulked to 190 pounds at about 14% body fat. You know, I had a few extra pounds on me, but I was also, I was fit, I was strong. I just come off of running a 50K, hitting 1,000 total, starting to get a good 5K time, right? And then I got pneumonia, and I lost like 18 pounds in 2 weeks. And because I was being pumped full of the wrong kind of steroids to keep me alive, uh, it all came out of muscle. So when you go down to 170 pounds and you lose it all from muscle, congratulations, your body fat percentage has gone up by a few percent, right? And yeah, it sucks to have to cut that amount of fat. But I wasn't going to cut it then because, like, I'm not going to cut from 170 pounds back to 150 pounds. Then I'm kind of just screwed because then I got to do a 40-pound bulk. So what I did is I tried best as I could to get back to like 185-ish, and I did. I put some strength back on. I did some running. I got myself into decent shape, but I still had basically the same amount of fat. So now, at least now, I can cut down from 185 to something reasonable so I don't get to be a stick in the process. And then I can do a slow bulk back up. So, at the very least, I have a decent excuse for this because literally, like, there's no possible way I would have ended up with that amount of fat any other way. Yeah, absolutely sucks. I will say, though, the training history makes it substantially easier to get back into shape than it was to get into shape the first time. And I'm also happy I beat my old I'm pretty sure I beat my old PR for one loop on the dish, and without even like a crazy amount of effort. So at the very least, right, I know that there's like not permanent damage um from that, which is good. I could go train for a marathon, like just to see, to make sure I can do the long distance, but honestly, I need like some more stuff to go wrong. You kind of need to be in a really bad. You kind of need some shit to go wrong if you're training for a marathon, because that thing sucks. You kind of need something to be mad about. And I'm kind of chilling at the moment. Anything over 20 miles just gets to be freaking brutal. Ugh. The 50K was like, that was hard. Training for one. My first marathon I did, the longest run I had done before my marathon was 16 miles. And I basically just like got up in the morning and decided, screw it, I'm running a marathon today. The second marathon that I ran, I felt absolutely terrible that day. I got 6 miles into what was supposed to be a 9-mile run and said, screw it, I'm running a marathon today. The 50K, I knew I was going to do at least a marathon. I didn't know, I thought maybe I could do longer. I maybe do a 50K. And I got through to the marathon and I'm like, screw it. Okay, I'm just doing the full 50K. And that's how all of my long distances have gone. That's short for me. I do long, slow races. Okay, you do ultras properly. That's a different story. Yeah, ultras are a totally different story. Pretty much that's honestly, if you're not in shape for like the really long runs, even doing a 50K, like I lost fitness doing my 50K. Can I ask your height and weight, Tim? Because the other thing that I just don't feel like doing is, I think in order to be able to do longer distances effectively without completely breaking my knees, I'd have to cut way more weight than I'm willing to. 63? Holy shit, wait. Wait, so 5. Okay, so 5'6". 138. Okay, so that was my weight 3 inches taller than you in high school when I was like a stick. So that's like, yeah, that's still a way, way lighter build. So let me think, what is my... Let me give it to you in metric. So I am 175. Oh, 5'8". Oh, I did the conversion wrong then. Never mind. Oh shit, yeah, that's super light. Yeah, that's exactly what I was in high school then. Right? They grew like an extra inch. So that's literally exactly what I was in high school. Yeah, so you can think that I'm up more than 20 kilograms from that, right? Like up more than 20 kilograms from that. Hey, Finn. What's my heaviest? Alright, so my heaviest, Tim, is 86 kg. At basically your same height, 1 inch taller. Yeah, it does make you slow. It's very, very difficult to get the speed on that. But yeah, I'm not willing to cut my weight um enough. And like, I also don't necessarily enjoy the long distance running. It's kind of, I do it more out of spite than anything. I enjoy the strength stuff a lot more. What is that YouTube formatting? What YouTube format? Oh. Yeah, I don't know what the heck. 86 is fine if it's muscle. It was fairly lean when I hit it, right? Before I got sick. I'm trying to get there at, like, you know, if I can get to there at 11% body fat, then I'll be very happy. That's the goal. As long as running is dumb. My father did Western States twice. So it's like, well, fuck, I'm not gonna go do that, now am I? I honestly, after the 50K that I did, like, I honestly wouldn't even want to do more 50Ks unless I'm in shape to do longer distances. Because I feel like if you do an event that's, like, pushing your maximum distance, you just lose fitness. It's not good for you. Cocodona? Wait, which one is that? Is that a 250? What the Christ, man? You are in good shape then. Holy hell. Wait, that's not continuous, right? Shit, that is actually continuous, isn't it? 125 hours? That's actually continuous. That's batshit insane. Yeah, that's completely insane. Holy shit, and 40,000 feet elevation gained? That's nuts. Yeah, that's crazy. You're in very good shape for that. That's not just stubbornness. Like, you have to be in crazy ass shape. Hey, Captain. I didn't even know that there was a 250. That's batshit. The hardest race I knew about was the Barkley marathons. Now you're good. I mean, it's the main other thing I do, honestly. Barkley's harder to finish, really. Well, I guess that course is just insane, right? Yeah, I was pretty happy just finishing the damn 50K. I have an article on X, like, not by your standards. I not hard by your standards, I'm sure, but it wasn't like an easy course for your average 50K. It was like 500 feet elevation per 5K or whatever. It's like a pretty hilly course. This article on this is article on stuff I found out, Captain. I'm kind of just writing this in today and chilling. Is the and like checking some experiments. 50 is that's like bad shit. Do you not just like lose 30 pounds in the course of that? Not unfit. Yeah. Well, 50K, that was basically a 2-month training block, I think. And that's about the most I can do, is to be like a 2-month training block out from something like that, right? Let's see if I can find you the course real quick. Comes back. Can't move for a week after. I couldn't move for 3 days after just the 50K. Yeah, so it was this, and it was, I believe 9 loops of this course, which is a 5K here. And, yeah, so 4,300 feet elevation gain. You can see this is slow as hell, right? Super, super slow as hell. But yeah, this is like, you can see just the hills on each loop. And this was, I think this was, yeah, this was the full training block for it, right? So this is like, yeah, this is about the shape that I'm in right now, is like this week right here. This is about the shape I'm in now. So it would take me probably, assuming no injuries, like a month and a half if I wanted to do this again. You can see block 1, it's just 6 miles, 5 days a week, which is 1 lap of the course that was going to be the race course, right? And then building up mileage on Sunday run. And then same thing here, except I start adding 1 extra loop on my Wednesday run. And then I built to the longest training run was 22.5 miles. It's probably a little bit under what it should have been for a 50K, honestly. I probably could have afforded to do another one of these blocks and get it up to like a marathon distance for the training run. Yeah, lifting too. I have, what's this? I think this is like 240, let me give it to you in kilograms. Like 110 kg or something? 110 kg for 2, something like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I actually do have my times as of that 50K. You can see I do not have fast times on anything. I did manage to get this 5K time down. I believe it was like I got the 5K time down like to like a 23 or something, I believe, at like a few months after this, because I didn't really train the short distance at all. But you can see like none of this stuff is fast. 30 kg, jeez, yeah. Honestly, the benching plus running not that hard. Deadlifts plus running pretty damn hard. The thing that I still can't do, and like I'm literally not even training at the moment because it's just too hard, I can't squat and run. Squatting while running is just the worst shit imaginable. Like I'm actually now during my training, right? I'm deadlifting 5 times a week, like one heavy set of 5 per day, and that's still nowhere near as bad. And that's actually my strength test as well, so I know when I need to stop cutting. Is if I can't pull, what do I have? I think that's like 335 now. Yeah, 335. So if I can't pull 335 for 5, then I know it's time to stop cutting. 100K and it killed my... Yeah, it's brutal. It's really brutal. I will say that the running actually carried quite well over to my squat, because when I started squatting again after running, it only took me a few weeks to get a new PR on it, up to like 140, 150. I don't know the exact conversion. No, 330 is not kilos. My God, that's pounds. 150. 150 for 5. And then my best was so my best was like 185 for 2. The 335 now though is without straps, without a belt. It's just raw. And it's done like literally 20 minutes after I get back from running. $100 kg for 5. Pretty mount my back as I'm otherwise so weak. 100 2 plates, I believe. 220, yeah, it's 2 plates. It's good to do some deadlifts. I guess at your weight, yeah. At your weight, heavier would be questionable, I guess. At my weight, it's like I don't start to get worried about potentially hurting stuff under like 150 kg at all, right? Heck, actually the 150, whatever it is I'm pulling is 154 or whatever. I don't even warm up for that. I just do it cold. Well, I've come back from my run, so I'm like warm, but I don't do like I don't have any warm up weights for that at all. Yeah, it's a totally different build, Tim, right? Like actually me getting fast now is incredibly difficult because I train way better, more consistently, harder with better sleep and stuff now than I did when I think when I set my best 5K time I was 16. I probably weighed like under 60 kilos, right? Maybe 2 inches shorter, few centimeters. Um and like I've not gotten close to that time. And I wasn't even a good runner. Like I was not considered a good runner back then at all. I think it was like a 21 minute or something 5K. I think it was like a 21 something. And then the best that I've set since then is like a 23 something. On policy for the first mini batch. Yes, Tim, but you can set it. You can just set it so that you're getting one mini batch of samples from all your ENVs. I will clarify that though. You know. I mean, it's funny though when I get people like you in here, right? Where it's like you actually run ultras. I do tell people I'm like not an impressive athlete by any standards, right? It's just like this is what happens when somebody with like very, very average or below average even genetics for any sort of athleticism just puts in a reasonable amount of effort. And like comparatively as well, I would think that my lifting numbers are probably no more impressive than my running numbers, I would assume. I actually don't know what fraction of runners have done a distance over a marathon versus like what fraction of lifters have hit a like a 1K total at a reasonable body weight. I actually don't know what the relative fractions are, but I would assume it's like pretty similar. Thought advantage was easy. Yeah, but it is. I'll show you in a second. I think I've now pretty thoroughly taken apart puffer code with the exception of binding code and advantage code. I need to do that next. Those are, to be fair, the two difficult bits. Those are kind of the two difficult bits. It's funny to me though that your marathon is your short event. I guess it probably is, considering that you're running your marathon. Like, if you're running your marathon twice as fast as I am, then yeah, it's a short event, right? Ugh. Ran 50K had me out in the sun for 7.5 hours. Time to go. Gotta see. See you around, Tim. Every 4 agent steps. I suppose this one is like reasonable-ish. Good. I mean, it is interesting, I suppose. Well, can we not match this, though? 8. Oh wait, no, this is not the same as 8 update epochs, right? No, 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 I have it totally wrong. Hang on. I have this totally freaking wrong. Do I? Oh, I think I have this the other way. So you roll out 1024, and then you do 16. Wait, 1024 over 16 is 64, right? 16 is 8. Wait, 10 hours. Okay, they're saying 5 GPU hours. You have publications? Yeah. I have an MIT page with them. Puffer was recently published as well. Why'd you work on multi-agent specifically in your PhD? Hey, Kevin. Cause neural MMO, right? The whole idea around neural MMO. Push environment complexity as much as possible. I didn't really work on multi-agent methods so much, though. If you think of it, it's like it was more so to me about getting more interesting complexity into the environment, into the problems that we're studying. You care about calibrating probabilities. What do you mean calibrating probabilities? You seen the game Bibby Bites? No, I haven't. Oh, yeah, Spirit says, I've seen neural networks. Outputs are not actual probabilities. What? Wait, what? No, you just throw them through a softmax. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, we don't care about that, though. Like, that's... Yeah, it's not relevant at all. I mean, I guess like, it could be in supervised, I guess, but, like... In RL, you're using the output to select actions, right? So they are probabilities by definition because that's what, like, that's how you're sampling them. You're sampling them according to the softmax. And they're not true probabilities. Argument because it doesn't have calibration methods. Data not up to date with modern statistical inference. Nobody gives a shit about modern statistical inference, though. So, there you go. Simulate small creatures, learn to feed, mate, and avoid predators. Next neural parents. Oh, that's cool. Somebody actually made this new game. It seems like. Oh, it's on itch. Wait, did I just... Is this made with PufferLib? Did I see this on... I was wondering if I saw this earlier today. Maybe not. That's cool, though. Yeah, I've seen some stuff like this before. This is a better version of it. Yeah, this is cool. Eh. I mean, data science in general as a profession is like a weird thing. I know it's usually, at least my impression generally is, it's usually just a combination of a bad programmer and a mediocre statistician. Typically, AI people are like researchers or scientists or engineers, right? Not business and engineering. Definitely not that. It's like it's like math heavy people learned a little bit of code. Or I guess technically the other way around is kind of decent, which is like, you know, programmer who learned a little bit of stats and is like that actually can be more valuable in my mind, because very often just nobody's ever bothered to look at, like, literally nobody's bothered to look at data, and you don't need to be a genius to like throw really really basic stats onto data that nobody's ever looked at and get some cool insights. Like that can work. The other way around, well, I guess it's just because I have more respect for a lot of the engineering than anything. Statisticians who learn coding. The problem is, the problem is like knowing a little stats lets you be useful. Knowing a little programming usually just lets you make a mess. Hands-on videos to practice RL on the channel for beginners. The article, Aziz, not videos. Just follow, like, the article tells you exactly what to do as well, what to read, what to study, what to build. Engineers, am I right? Yeah, but that's the problem, right? Like, the way that you actually make that stuff like this work is by doing engineering to get access to data that you wouldn't have had access to before, and then applying relatively simple methods. So it's like this weird in between. It's like a really weird in between position. I don't know. I ask you questions regarding Puffer? That is part of the reason I stream, yes indeed. It's scientists understand the data and theory better. Practical. I don't know. The skill that I have found the most useful overall across like the largest variety of different things is just being a good programmer. Um, I don't know. Perhaps it's because some of the stuff in research came a bit more naturally. Perhaps it's because I did it earlier and I don't remember all the work I put in for that. But like, the vast majority of problems that I find are just programming fails. Is it Only coded in Python. No. The training is in PyTorch, which has a Python front end, but is internally executing C++ and CUDA. And it's doing so in large batches, which is minimizing the amount of interaction with Python. The data collection is multi-processed as a set of vectorized array operations in shared memory, and all the environments are written in pure C, with at least some level of optimization. We have a few specific optimizations we apply to make them efficient for RL usage as well. So no, this library would not work if the whole thing were just written in Python, including the environments. Yep, Puffer is completely open source and free to use. Make money out of it. It was completely free. Yeah, I do make revenue from Puffer, but not just from like, oh yeah, I'm using Puffer, here's money, right? We do work with companies that see Puffer, want to do RL internally, and see that we have the fastest tools, and that we offer services around them. And it depends on your experience, right? Like, I don't think it's arrogant for me to say that there are a single digit number of people in the world that could have made PufferLib. It's like a very specific combination of findings and insights accumulated over the last decade of my work. I mean, the company could be technically, though. I mean, I'm not looking to just like sell Puffer and move on, right? My goal with Puffer is to solve the problems with this field and make it broadly useful. I mean, money is not unimportant, right? But like, it's not my only goal. If I just wanted to make money, there are a hell of a lot easier ways I can just make money, right? Well, again, Spirit, it depends on your skill set, right? If you're like relatively new to this space and don't really understand everything that goes into this stuff, I wouldn't consider it likely. If you have deep knowledge of this space and you can build something that's way, way better than everything that's out there, and you can turn it into something reasonable, that's a different story. If you're new and fresh grad, then that's like a very difficult thing to do, right? Like you're picking an advanced area of research. And that is more how I would look at it, right? Is like you do projects to get better at stuff to the point that you either can like get a job that you want or start a company around a project that you can accomplish. One of many other things. Heh. Yeah, FBR is right on that. Not entirely though. I mean, there is money in the space, and there will actually be very soon a huge, huge amount of it, but like not just free to pick up. You need to actually learn what you're doing. How's the bootstrap? Yeah. Jan LeCun says RL in language models will not lead to AGI. I don't know. I give him a 50-50. Of course, I'm taking the 50% no bet at the moment. Yes, only assume from automation, right? With RL, no, there's tons of stuff we can do with RL. Honestly, I think at least humanoid robots are going to be the most visible, but kind of the dumb, the dumb future is here thing, right? Like, that's not actually the thing that's going to that's going to, massively change everything, I don't think. I mean, I guess it depends what you care about, right? Like, how important do you think the smartphone was versus the internet, right? Like, in my mind, at the very least, the internet is this massive, massive thing, and smartphones are just, not really. I disagree. You could tell me tomorrow that, I gotta yeet my phone, and I get, let's at least assume that you have a reasonable keyboard, right? You actually have, a reasonable touch keyboard, but you have something that just, can call and text, and that's it. That doesn't make a huge change. I mean, it really doesn't make a huge, massive difference for most stuff. Internet didn't die in the 2010s. Not at all. I guess in my mind, right, the consumer thing is, the least interesting possible thing to me. Facebook could fly. Yeah, I never used it. Like, I had an account that I made because everyone had one, I guess, and people used the it for messaging, and I always thought it was a net negative, like total waste of life, even compared to other stupid shit you can be doing. Making what they're doing is nonsense. You should read my article. I have this kind of funny screw you article on this. So this is a real thing. Um this is actually a real thing. This is a real definition that I came up with in 2018 and I've used ever since. Where is it? Yeah. It's very simple. AGI is here when I can cast Fireball. Until then, get back to work. I used this at OpenAI, and people didn't really know what the hell to say about it back then. And I still use this today, and it's still more useful than anything else anybody else proposes. I'm fully correct about this, right? Like, well, let me finish writing this. The ground truth at east, yeah. Well, I like that definition because it's like a shut up and start building it definition. But also it's like it's kind of like this techno optimist thing, right? Where it's like, hey, AGI is here when we've built stuff that's like literally like magic, right? So go on, go build magic. If I get fired of a full-time contributor to PufferLib, there'll be a branch called AGI. Well, I hope you don't get fired, but I do hope that you contribute some cool stuff. How do you bind C and Python files? Like, how did you make the environments of C backend and Python API using the C API of Python? So Python has a native C API. It's a little janky, but you can use it. Puffer agent can cast. No, Shadow. That's a cop out. It's when I personally can cast Fireball. That's when there's AGI. your shadow, so... Hello, Kyung. Oh, that old thing? That's like the oldest joke that's in probably any of my repos. I'll go click that. That was probably in 1.0. That was just left in there as an Easter egg. uh... Yeah, Kyung, I did 3 weeks worth of hard research to make this stuff, like to figure this stuff out. You know, New York RL conference? I know there's like a meetup thing, Kevin. And Eugene is... I think it's Eugene's thing, right? It went through protein article. Pretty good. Yeah, protein article took a lot of time. There's a lot of math. Well, the research for that did. How do you manage your time? Do you make a timetable? It's more freeform. These days, like, I get up around somewhere between 7 and 7:30, and I get myself in shape to run as quickly as I can. Usually have some coffee or whatever first. I go run my 10K. I come back. I do my lifts. I go get breakfast. Give my folks a quick call. And then whatever the heck time that puts me at, depending on how quickly I do all that, I do work. Either I have meetings or I have, stream, and I do several hours worth of work. I go take myself to dinner, and I go to bed. That's pretty much it. Sometimes a little time off in the evenings, sometimes not. That's the current block that I've been on for the last 3 weeks. It's not a huge number of working hours. Um, it's not like, at least compared to the heavier engineering stuff, but it's been very effective for research. Protein Puffer no longer has WANB integration. That was janky but useful. Kyung, we do have WANB integration, but not with WANB sweeps. You can run sweeps that are tracked on WANB. They're just not done through WANB's sweeps. They're done through WANB's tags. But yeah, it's just Kyung. It's that you just give a tag to whatever sweep it is, and then Puffer will just log like 200 independent runs, and you just group it by tag. And then you don't have to go through Wanbi's sweeps interface, which has a ton of annoying problems. And then this also works with Neptune, and it's very, very easy to set this up with like basically any tagged tracker. Because basically everything will always have the ability to sort by tags, right? Get the summary found in the title, what has been done so far. 984 words written and lots of random conversations had with viewers. Welcome, Jess. We also found that it turns out one of my viewers absolutely mogs me in ultra marathons, which was pretty damn funny. What is this? Yeah, it's so Shadow, it's an oversight. I've been meaning to fix it for a while, but like it could actually change experiment perf, and I have to like rerun a bunch of stuff basically. It shouldn't be a huge thing because it's like you're at most one update stale on your advantage computation, which is not even a which doesn't even get back propagated through. But yeah, it is stupid. Fundraising stream. I'm not really looking to get I'm not really looking to fund this off of viewers and stuff, Jess. Like this is not I really don't care about making Puffer have like some small amount of user rev. It's mostly like this is a project that should be funded through large contracts with industry. I mean, we do offer that, right? I should probably change this because this makes it seem like most of our stuff should be like 10K. Ideally, we're looking for larger things at the moment. Um, but yeah, we do have like fixed deliverable contracts that we offer. So, if you're at a company and you're doing RL and you want the authors of the fastest and most performant RL tools out there looking at your problem and making custom solutions, that is what we do. Good luck on that side. Yeah, I mean we've got a couple of small contracts and we're negotiating pilots for larger companies at this point. slow, 76k. Is the Env itself that speed, or is it the training? That could be reasonable for training. MPS is slow as hell. SPS while training, 70% is training. Not bad. I mean, you'd have to test like the single core perf of chess, right, of the engine. I mean, one of the things I am working on, right, is I am working on getting Puffer to be less reliant on ultra high perf sim for everything. Um, I think it's possible that in the relatively nearish future, we might be able to take like a 10x slower sim and spend maybe 4 or 5 times the compute we're spending now and still have it work. Of course, it's 4 or 5x the compute to be spent, but better than nothing, right? Any initial thoughts on complexity versus compute trade-off? What would it look like? Complexity versus depends what you mean. Jog my memory. OpenAI are doing a project called OpenAI for Science. Is that just them like providing their models to a bunch of scientists? Goals to build next scientific software platform that accelerates scientific discovery. I mean, so far I have not found these models to be particularly good or useful for most things. Like, the model needs to not just lie half the time. Is the problem. Like, they just make shit up half the time. You take a bad reviewer. Yeah, if you take a bad reviewer and replace it. So, like, this is the thing with AI, right? Most of the things were like, oh, you could replace this thing with AI. You're just saying this thing is really bad and stupid, and you could replace it by not doing it, right? Like, you could also replace reviewers by just not having review. You could just change the process, because review is basically just wasting everyone's damn time anyways. You could just replace the review process. That is an excellent observation. Careful, you're starting to sound like an LM. had an error there. I believe this is correct still. Yeah, this is still correct. I do find it funny. Opening as agent mode, they're using effectively a video model. I don't know. I don't use it anymore. Basically uses a screenshot and user text. There. CS. There are no good physics C libraries. Yeah, I mean for 2D, there's Box 2D, which is like optimized, but I really don't like the way the API is. Like I really don't like the way it's like you have this big engine and you give stuff to the engine and then you step the engine. It's like I don't know. 3D, it's even worse. Newton Dynamics OD and Bullet. That's awful. Yeah, honestly, like I think it's probably possible if you actually know what you're doing to make like a pretty minimal, depending on what features you want, 1,000 to 2,000 line single file physics library that's actually good and fast. It's a project I've thought of doing. I will say that for 2D, right, like you get like 100,000 steps per second with Box 2D on whatchamacall, Impulse Wars. In simpler scenes, you can get up to like 1,000,000 steps per second. It's a lot faster, but it's I don't I'm not a huge fan of the way that the internals I think are pretty good. I'm not a huge fan of the way it's all put together though. 200's insane though. Like the physics is just not that expensive. It's not. An engineering buddy who would do good work on something like that. Reminds me a bit of Joseph. Depends on where he is with his PhD. It's fun. I cannot get a custom and I've made one before in plus plus was about 5 years ago. You definitely want to like you probably want to like go read what the internals are in box 2D and like understand the algorithms bits a little bit. I mean, so here's the key thing, right? It's like you need to have a good understanding that you're targeting high performance sim where simulation fidelity is going to depend on the use case. So the goal is not high fidelity physics first and then, you know, everything else afterwards. It's kind of like this joint problem. I'm going to read this one more time, and I think that this is a good to go article. Well, I need to get an image. PufferLib is the best library. I'm going to just real quick double check that I'm just double checking. Sometimes I double check just to have like a very noisy, am I doing something completely stupid? That's about the only thing I use those for, though. Having issues with friction because I overcomplicated it when I got just grip. Make contacts be sticky for now. That's actually not a terrible thing to do, yeah. I've honestly wondered a bunch of times why they just don't do that with their real robots, right? Like, they do have ones that use suction, just so that they don't have to bother with, like, modeling, grip contacts and stuff. I've wondered why they don't just get, like, some stupidly grippy material, right? Yep. Forever. Because they don't want to have to do that forever. You don't know what curriculum. Okay. Well, we need a image for this. What in the hell? Well, that's horrifying. What the hell, Grok? I'm gonna just put the frickin' screenshot of the CUDA. Here we go. Have Gemini generate the image for you. I mean, most of the AI, like, concept art stuff kind of sucks anyways. I think it's kind of funnier to just use the, not even funnier, but nicer to just use the, this is kind of like the coolest piece of code in PufferLib in some sense. Because this is simultaneously, like, a major perf enhancement and a research contribution and the source of, like, this entire discrepancy as well. The Python bindings are cool, but, like, the Python C API is kind of ass. So, like, it's kind of difficult for me to write something nice with that. This is, like, a nice, simple piece of code. This is, like, a tiny little loop that does the whole everything. Yeah, well, if I don't prompt engineer, you just don't engineer. I think this is fine. I should put this reference. Let me at least put the note. I don't know why I can never spell that word. Isn't this wrong? Oh, alright, whatever. This a good article? Which one? This? I remember I looked this up because I remembered reading this thing during some of my work. It's just that it's limited, right? It identifies the problem correctly, but it doesn't identify the extent of the problem because it's missing the context of like modern hyperFRL. Right? Like they have the problem correctly identified, but then the thing that they're missing here, right, is just how important the longer form bootstrap is to on-pol RL, and how as a result of this, like off-pol methods basically just suck. Like if you compare in the high data regime, off-pol methods are just bad algorithms. Right? They're bad but scalable. This? Oh, the name as well. This. Favorite go-to architect and why? LSTM. Yeah, it's just LSTMs are really good. I'm pretty damn sure as well there has been work that like transformers are not even necessarily better in the compute regimes that we're dealing with. LSTMs are just really fast. Especially in the RL setting where you have like this like these iterative rollouts, it's just really good. Where's this stupid thing? What's this chat thing? Oh, did I get kicked out of it? Or is it just still here? Hang on. No, it's here. Good chat. I'm a sucker for VAEs. Did you see my Gangan paper? This is the only generative whatever the hell bullshit I've done. Apparently somebody cited it. Where is it? Alright, so here was... Like, each of these rows are samples generated by a different GAN, and we trained a GAN to output another GAN. So you learn a GAN over distributions of GAN. So GAN, you do the GAN GAN? Yes, you GAN. I thought this was kind of cool, right? Like, you just train a bunch of different GANs, and you get, like, this weird distribution, right? Where, like, you can see that stuff kind of changes. And, like, different digits are in different resolution from different ones of these. It's kind of funny. I did this in 3 days. Including the paper. Like, this was a long weekend project for me. I made this awful figure. But these were cool. It's just like, was it a 2-pager? 3-pager. Who the hell cited this thing? Did I cite this thing? I forget. Can you click this? Oh, whatever. I don't know. Can you even see it? Whatever. It's funny. Oh, yeah, Xene saw it. That's funny. Yeah, cool. Okay. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna see what I do. I'll be right back. Pause for... This does have some real research in it, that guy. So I did finally go and publish a little bit of real research here. Yeah, that's a decent summary. I probably could have written a little bit more about world model stuff because I did spend a lot of time on that, but it's fundamentally it's kind of all the same thing. It's kind of all the same thing. All right. Why did you skip TRPO? Why would you cover TRPO? Like, the paper looks like this. Yeah, so this is what the frickin' paper looks like, even in the damn preliminaries. It's like a shit ton of math, and then you end up with actual PPO, which is just like, yeah, just clip the damn update. So what's the point? Like, why would I cover this? It's not even like I'm not giving credit to the appropriate author, because it's Schulman either way, right? Generalized advantage estimation in PPO. If PRPO is a building block. Yeah, but you absolutely don't need to, like, I mean, covering this is like making you go through the thought process of actual research, right? Like, if I made you go through the thought process of how I got to the article that I wrote, it would be 10 times as long and way more complicated, right? Like, this is not, you actually don't need this. This is like an intermediate product in a sense. Like, understanding this is not even useful to understanding PPO. This is just going to confuse you. Hmm. It's interesting to me that actually we don't get. It doesn't seem like we're getting any benefit from multiple update epochs, and it doesn't seem like we're getting any benefit at all from. Hmm. Weird. I wonder with PPG. Don't a lot of robotics things still use separated, like separate value and policy networks? Like, I guess technically, you can technically do the, like, multiple epochs on the value function, right? Though honestly, I don't know the extent to which that super matters. Oh, actually, hey guys, I think we recovered something from this paper. Wait, we totally recovered something from this paper. Check this out. I just realized this. I just made the connection. As many as you can, Jess. Hang on. Okay, watch this. This is something cool I just realized. So, the original CleanRL implementation of PPO, which is based on the OpenAI one, has a value function coefficient, so the multiplier of the loss, of 0.5. The PPG paper, where is it? The PPG paper says that you can improve PPO by training the value function for more epochs in the policy. So what's like a kind of decent approximation to that? It's just increasing the coefficient of the value function, right? Well, in our sweeps and in our defaults, we have a 4 times larger value function coefficient. And then we have heavy clipping. And the clipping prevents off-policiness. So actually what we end up doing is we have a very heavy coefficient that's clipped aggressively. So I bet you that actually if we implemented this thing, we wouldn't get anywhere near as much benefit as we see in this paper because of the value function coefficient difference. That's kind of cool. I think I'm going to finish this up and call it a little early today. I think even over the next couple days, I might take a bit of time off as well. I can tell mentally I'm kind of just burnt. To be fair, I could probably also just, like, eat some damn food, but gotta finish the cut. Fun. The only other paper, suppose what was somewhat interesting was this one here. They had like a moderate improvement over PPO, right? But like then again, you never know if we try the puffer implementation, if this just closes the gap completely. I mean, I suppose these ones are decent. Failing on one of these is kind of sketch. Hey, Weston. This is interesting. I think the experiments are super weak, right? I mean, there is always the chance that random Chinese paper just solves things. So in the neural MMO3 experiment, did high info replay buffer get updated and still? Yeah. So yeah, Kyung, if you it does get worse. It does do worse, but that's not the point. So we know that keeping off policy data monotonically decreases performance in the simpler tasks. The thing that was cool about it was just by keeping around a tiny bit of experience, you're able to start learning a very hard exploration task instantly. So it's basically a very clear cut motivation for wanting to have sampler reuse. And then the fact that it does worse later on, like the only explanation for that, right, is you've just screwed it up with off policyness. Google's work with the RL work with theorem provers? Not my area. I don't know. Looks cool, but I don't know anything about it. You slowly phase out the replay buffer. You probably could do that, Kyung, but like it's a very, very weak form of integrating like replay. Ideally, you'd like to be able to have some way to just integrate replay with your work regardless, right? Like I think technically if you had a separate value function and policy function, I think you can do it. Like I'm pretty sure that works, right? I suppose you could also try to just not train the value function on those targets. I don't know, there's probably some stuff you could do. Yeah, this is too much math and too weak experiments. Yeah, I mean, it was meant as a motivation, right, Kyung? It's not like, hey, this method is good. It's more like, hey, we need to figure out a way to use replay at some point. And I'm gonna hop off this stream soon. I've got an hour before I can go to dinner. Just freaking starving myself for the last 3 weeks. What do you think the next stream will be on? Well, like I said in the article, right, we're gonna need to do a lot of work on the tuning. Like, try to retune Puffer for, to basically model that entire space. And then, presumably, there are gonna be some additional hardware optimizations we can make to get a higher throughput in the lower batch setting as well as architecture stuff. This one's interesting. It's just cool. You directly attempt to learn the results of the advantage rather than value, but then you also still have to learn value. Now I'll have to look at this in more detail, I suppose, but I'm kind of shot for the time being, guys. I think I'm going to we'll see what I do tomorrow, but I think I'm going to take a little bit of time. We're going to catch up on some admin stuff. I'm going to get some rest, and then I'm going to think about like how I want to set up the next little block of research on this stuff, right? I mean, realistically, the next block of work should not be particularly difficult. It's just like cleaning up the way we do sweeps and re-optimizing a bunch of stuff. Um, so yeah, I'll take a little bit of time. We'll do that, and then there's more to do from there. Article's already starting to get some attention. That's cool. All right. Um, Thank you, folks. I'm gonna call it a day. I'll probably be back tomorrow. We will see. I might also just do other stuff tomorrow and like catch up on things. We'll see. Um, oh yeah. If you're interested in my stuff generally, sorry, GitHub. It's free. Helps me out a ton. Discord for getting involved with the project. And other than that, you can follow me on X for more RL content, including the article I just posted. Thanks, and I'll be back.